Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Got a nice way to kick off our British White Show here, and a really neat heifer here we lead off with. She sets the bar high in terms of expectations here. Her muscle shape, her body shape, her look and presence are all very good, and still handles herself, I think, adequately enough out here. You could set her back and relax her in her angles just a touch, but a really outstanding looking one in terms of presence and style out here. Nice way to start the show.
Well, congratulations in our first class of junior British Whites. First place exhibited by Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma, with SFCC Mercedes.
Nice pair of heifers here, and again, these young heifers here maybe wanting to fight the system just a little bit, but both of them are very, very good cattle. Going to leave them like they stand here, and again, probably more so how this one handles her hip and rear leg is where I prefer her. A little longer hip, little nicer hop posture, sets down on her feet really well there as well. She's got some depth of heart to her. I love her squareness when you get over the top of her. She's not as clean at the base of her neck and her throat. Maybe gives up a shot more condition and performance to the heifer we're going to leave here in second, but I just think her lines come together just a little better and more attractively in terms of her hip and rear skeleton. Love the smoothness of this heifer, like her length. I just wish she learned to cooperate just a little better. She's a little nervous out here. Maybe gets up on her feet just a little more relative to the class winner here. Maybe not quite as long out through her hip and in terms of length from hooks to pins, but very, very good pair of heifers here.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 here in the British White Show. First place will go to Kaylee Olcheski of Little Falls, Minnesota, with RCA Lindsay's Lila. Second place and congratulations goes to Caden Hockerman. We're now bringing Class 3 before the division.
Another good class here, and again, lots of differences all the way through, and in kinds and advantages here. But I do think just you talk about balance and just female character and body shape and just practicality. This heifer here at the front of our line leads off. She happens to be one of the bigger footed, better footed ones out here in terms of agility and the way she gets around. Her comfort of movement is still very, very good. Smooth made, deep body, one that's just really, really broody in every way you measure her. She's not the stoutest in terms of muscle. Maybe that belongs to the heifer there behind her, but boy, the way she comes together in her spine, her hip, and her smoothness and balance is why she gets to lead off the class. I do love this one's blend of shape and boldness and how opened up she is in her base, but yet still being correct enough in terms of her joints and her angles. She handles herself quite well. A little more shoulder, a little rounder hip, just takes away from her look at the standstill. She does pull that together, though, fairly well when we get her on the move, but nice pair here to represent this class. Heifer we have here next in third. Another one may be the class leader in terms of just femininity and neatness of neck and thinness of neck. Still, her depth is still good. Get in behind her, though, maybe gives up quite a bit more power, gives a little more performance, but I do love her look and her balance, though, relative to the one right there next to her. Heifer right next to her, love her length there from the side. I think one that's got the right kind of performance. Her shape and boldness of body still reads very, very correct. I wish I could strengthen her right behind her shoulder. I wish I could just lengthen her out of her hip there as well when she gets on the go, but still very nice heifer. Probably one of the thicker ended heifers is the heifer that comes next. She's so opened up and so full of muscle and boldness there. For me, I wanted to change her angle of her shoulder and her knee up front, and as she travels, maybe she needs to be just a little more consistent for me from hock to ground in the way she sets down. Another broody made one here in terms of body build and bulk and density. Just gets a little coarser and plainer off either end as you study her. Not quite as feminine and good in terms of her spine and top line, the way it comes together relative to her classmates here. But that's 6 good cattle. Another nice class of British white cattle out here. Here in this first division of heifer calves here, again, three total opposites we bring back out here. Our first class winner, boy, she is neat to look at. Her shape and boldness from behind is all very, very good and positive there. Strong in her spine, good and up-headed. I think the only thing you got to ask yourself is where you are in terms of her structure. We can call it good enough, but at the same time, she's just a little straighter, more upright up front. Maybe just a little more up on those feet and pasterns, and maybe not as relaxed as well. Does she grow into that? Maybe. But at the same time, that's how I'm reading her today. This heifer that came out of this next class, again, that was a pair of heifers that wasn't really wanting to like the show ring. She settled down a little more now, and you love just the build of her skeleton and the way in which it works and the way it comes together. Her squareness is good. She's not as unique and clean up front, probably, as the one out of that first class, but still very, very balanced, and I think and very proportional as she reads. And then the big body broody one here that came out of that last class, again, very, very sound, very athletic and useful in her structure, good and just maternal in her kind. If you could change things about her relative to these other two, she's got just a little more shoulder and bulk up there up front relative to them, not as clean and neat there herself, but still very, very good kind of cattle. For me, probably the one that does the best job of having some future, but yet her squareness is good, her structure is like I like them to be as well. Young lady out of class 2 will be a champion here in this division.
Well, congratulations in the British White Ring, your Division 1 champion coming out of Class 2, exhibited by Kaylee Walczewski of Little Falls, Minnesota, with RCA Lindsay's Lila.
We're bringing the second in that class in, and again, her neatness, her posture, her smoothness is all very, very good. Like we discussed those two, you could set her down ever so slightly there on her rear feet a little more correctly, and probably the main thing, just adjust that heifer's attitude just a shade. But, boy, I like her presence. I like her look. She's got the smoothness of this one behind her. She's got more of the look of the one up front, but she handles her feet better. I'm going to keep that pair together. Young lady up second in that class, be reserved.
And congratulations, reserve in that first division in our British White Junior Show goes to Caden Hockerman with HHF Sage. We're now going to welcome in your next class of females. This is Class 4. Back over in the Texas Longhorn Ring, results
Got 5 good heifers here on the British White side, and a nice set of them. These two a little more opposite, maybe in terms of just future growth curve. If you just study them here at the standstill, and I still think if we took the presentation and a nice fit job away from the one up front, her advantages would still ring true amongst this class. Her look, her presence, her smoothness is why she ends up getting to lead this class. And still, when we get these females on the go and travel, she still sets down and comfortable and practical enough out here. She meets all those requests as far as the good cow making pieces, but she takes it and makes kind of more of a show heifer out of it out here as well. Could she be a little stouter from behind? Yes, but she still has some chest width and some center body cavity. It's what keeps her there in the ball game. Female we got here next in second, a little more moderate in her kind. I love just how good and useful she is in her structure. I like the stoutness that she has, and just a real broody individual. Just wish she was a little bigger in her kind, a little more extended all the way through when you really get to studying her, but still a very, very nice heifer. Our powerful heifer of the 5 is the one that comes here next in 3. She opens up well. She's stout muzzled, she's stout skulled, she's bold ribbed and bold bodied, but all at the same time, she's probably the one that's the least feminine in terms of her crest and her neck. When she starts to fight the system there, she gets a little tight in her top, a little outside of herself from behind. A smooth made one here that comes next. Just when we get her on motion, to me, she's just a little shorter, stepping herself, gets up in the middle of her back and pulls down her spine ever so slightly. But again, I love her fleshy knees. I like her smooth look there at the standstill. One of the more extended heifers here is the one we close with, and I still think time's her best friend. She's just a little greener and harsher in terms of her body shape and her forerib, yet today maybe wants to get just a little come apart in her top and underneath when we get her on the go. But again, very, very good class of cattle.
Looking back over the Texas Longhorn ring. Ring. Results out of Class 4. First place went to Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 2403 Bugatti. Second place and congratulations will go to Kylie Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place went to Alice Stockton, Portland, Indiana. Fourth place went to Rayleigh Wolf, and fifth place to Eli Stockton. We now have Class 5 in the British White Ring.
Here, she's awesome bodied. I just love the depth and kind of her rib cage. Just an easy doing female that's still thick when you get in behind her. The usage of her back leg is still very positive and good. She wants to fight the system. We'll see what she looks like here with some buddies out here, but wants to maybe get up in her spine ever so slightly. But a nice heifer here, single entry in this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 in the British White Ring. First place went to Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma, with SCSFCC Lakota. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve of Division 2.
Another good division, a good set of them here. That class was good, and again, another good single entry here. Both these cattle have the right kind of body shape and smoothness to them. I do think there's a difference in just structure and the way it all fits together and symmetry and balance out here. One out of Class 1 here, young lady has will be our champion here in this division.
Well, congratulations in Division Two, your champion exhibited by Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with the Terra Rubra's 2403 Bugatti. We'll now bring in that second place out of Class 4.
We'll bring the second in. Again, these heifers are probably a little more similar in terms of moderate cattle, easy fleshing cattle. Body shape, again, is very, very good on both these females. And so just kind of getting some minute differences here in the terms of the way they handle things. This one, again, you could lay her back and her knee and her shoulder. That one you could clean up and make her just a little more extended here yet. And so I really can't go wrong either way. Probably the one that most closely fits the one that led off that division in terms of a little extra length and cleanness is a young guy single entry. She'll be reserved here in this division.
And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of Class 5. That was SFCC Lakota, exhibited by Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma. We'll now look to see Class 6 in our Junior British White Show.
Another good pair of cattle here. And again, going to leave them just like they walked in. And there's just too much volume to get around. And this heifer that leads off, so good in terms of the way her body and rib cage fits onto her skeleton. She's got the right type of muscle. She's stout. She's opened up, but yet it's still smooth in the way it goes onto that body. Still very, very useful and practical about her feet and legs. She's not as neat looking as this one that's going to end up being second. Not as clean and out there in terms of that look, but just a little more practical and just a little more useful there in terms of her body. I wish this one here was as soft made and opened up as the one that leads off this class. I do wish she maybe would handle her hind leg just a little differently because, boy, her head shape, her neck, her length are all very, very good. You get in behind her, she's still very, very square hip. Just hitches either a little green or a little harder, and at this age, I'd still like to see her softer either way you read her. But again, a good pair of cattle here in this class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the British White Ring. Results out of Class 6. First place went to back number 414. That's Old Stone Jub's Joy Johanna, exhibited by Ryan Walczewski. And second place in that class will go to Caden Hockerman. Now in the ring is Class 7 before Division 3. Back over the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results.
Good class here, and I think pretty solid one that leads off this class. Just very, very good and right in terms of her volume and her structure. Probably the thing I like the most about her is her condition. I think she's one that's the freshest out here in terms of her condition. There's not any extra fat or grease on that one, but yet she's still able to be probably the biggest bodied one in here, still the cleanest in her line, still the most correct in the way she handles her structure and her posture here. Nice heifer here that leads off. Probably is as good of a beef animal as any is this one that comes next in second. She opens up so well. Her density and bulk and stoutness is all there for sure. Not as neat in terms of just her head and neck. She's got a little more chest and shoulder about her. Not as balanced as what we find in that one that leads out ahead of her. But I like her volume. I like her density a little better than the one here in third. If you want to say that this one's better looking and better headed and chested, I'd agree with you. And you could switch those two. I just finally decided there wasn't enough volume to her. When you get right down to her base and her boldness, I like to open that heifer up. And that's what makes it a case with her. And the next one here, love the softness, love the easy fleshing look. She's just very practical there at the standstill. We put her on halter here. I like to maybe length her out her hip, make her a little neater there, open her up in her pin width there as well. And that's what makes it hard for this one we close with. She's interesting. She's probably as good of a breeding piece as any of them with that kind of neck set, that kind of hip and bone. Just got to draw our line on structure and body on her. She's a little far forward in her knee and her shoulder for me personally. I like to soften her quite a bit more. But, boy, if you could change those two places, she's pretty unique off either end. Just got to make her a little more practical and useful there in her structure and body. Really cool class, though.
Well, congratulations in the British White Ring. Results on Class 7. First place went to Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 23-17 Fendi. Second place and congratulations will go to Emma Walczewski. Third place went to Trenton Briley. Fourth place exhibited by Savannah James, and fifth place to Caden Hockerman. Now in the ring, your first and seconds for Division 3.
Got another nice single entry here, one that comes with a look of quality out here, but yet still some volume and some bulk and stoutness to her. You get in behind her, that's a thick-ended heifer there, but she's still so feminine there in terms of her head and neck. Her length to stride seems to be in place. She's got some extra bone and foot there. Again, we'll compare her a little closer out here when we bring her back for the vision, but neat heifer here to represent this class. That all meet the requests in terms of volume and density and just how opened up these cattle are in terms of width and in real shape. And so I appreciate that. And you start to break these girls apart in terms of just balance and the way things come together in terms of look in just proportions from this side here. I do think the picture becomes just a little more clear there when you step to this side or watch them go in terms of travel. There's one that's just a little more collected, a little more correct, and wherever you analyze her. That's a young lady here out of Class 2, and she'll be a champion here in this division.
Well, congratulations in the British White Ring, your Division 3 champion. Coming out of Class 7, that was Kyra Lehman, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 23-17 Fendi.
I think as we bring the second one in, again, you can say the same thing in terms of volume and stoutness. She's wide pinned, she's bold-ribbed and bold-bodied. Maybe, again, in class we talked about her having a little more chest and maybe being out of balance, and that's what hurts her out here as well. Probably the little more unique-looking one of the three that we have back out here. I like her extra bone there as well. The single entry here out of that last class, she'll be reserved here in this division.
And congratulations, reserved in that division, exhibited by Ella Stockton, Portland, Indiana. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. This will also be your Division 4. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring.
Another good pair here, and again, an interesting one. I don't know any other way of describing her, just color, makeup, build. She's just interesting to look at. I like how she comes together in terms of her head and neck set. She's got a lot of the pieces we found in the one that she had a couple classes ago, but this one comes with just a little more depth and body and softness and probably a shot more moderate in her frame, and all those things help her. I got just one area you pick on that heifer just a little bit. I could make her that much more athletic when she goes. She wants to be just a little tighter, but neat heifer here that's got a lot of good going for. Big bodied one here. We'll run here next in second. Again, awesome in terms of volume and depth. She's got some width when you get it behind her. Still carries that depth in a practical way in terms of her length of stride. Just a little plainer and shorter everywhere. You like to extend her out, clean her up, make her a little neater looking relative to her classmate, but still good practical cattle. Nice pair there here within this division.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. Also, your division champion will go to HHF Squirrel, exhibited by Caden Hockerman, Westfield, Wisconsin. And reserve champion went to Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your division champion in reserves, and our judge, Mr. Brandon Callis, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, British White females.
Guys, let's stop.
Well, congratulations, grand champion Texas Longhorn female is your senior champion, exhibited by Avery Maffey, LR Miss Maggie, CP.
good way to get us kicked off. That was a good division. I can see a lot of changing still happening within that division, depending on how these cattle grow. But I love her footwork. I like her balance and her symmetry out here. Is there enough of her to run with these ones behind him? Maybe not, but still a very, very nice, promising heifer. I think that's got a bright future ahead of her. Probably, for lack of a better phrase, the show heifer of the bunch is the one here out of Class 2. Again, love her look, like her presence that she has out here. Handles her hind leg extremely well. Still some chest width, still some body density to her. Again, for me personally, if I'm going to get on that heifer at all, I'd power her up just a touch more from behind relative to a couple other ones out here. But I still think she's in the ball game because maybe there's not one that has her kind of look and presence and brings things together in the fashion of what she does. Just a nice cow prospect that she had here in this next division. Maybe as skeletally correct as any of them out here. Her softness is good. We talked about how fresh condition she was. You compare her to heifers on either side of her here out here within this competition. You can still open her up in her pins and just make her just a touch bolder right in there behind her shoulder, but her depth of heart is still good. Her body shape is good. I like the way she handles her feet and legs. Just got to make that call. She's unique enough in a place or two to really get out here in charge and handle this division. The interesting one here that came out of that last division, again, hip and boldness is very, very good. Just a breeding piece, if you will. Just her top line, her look, her presence she has is all very, very good. She's a big bone one there as well. You can pick on her. I tore her head just a little truer. I like to see her just a little further along at this age, maybe in terms of just her body shape and the way she is down low. But I love her squareness. You can make her that much more athletic there as well. But I think she's part of two heifers that just kind of stick out and grab you. And of those two, I'm probably going to always try to keep them as skeletally correct as what we can here. But a nice set of them here. Young lady out of D2 is going to have the champion heifer here.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion British White female here at the Cattleman's Congress coming out of Division 2. That was back number 412, Tara Rubra's 2403 Bugatti, exhibited by Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of that final division. That was Caden Hockerman of Westfield, Wisconsin with HHF Squirrel. Again, congratulations to all of our junior British White exhibitors, and thank you, Mr. Brandon Callis. We'll now look to see your cow-calf division, followed by bulls over here in the British White ring.
Really a neat pair here to represent this class and division. And I think one that can definitely use more competition. I love the outline of this cow. She's so good in terms of just her head neck posture and her lines and her symmetry and the way it comes together. There's some real hip and squareness to her. Her moderation of frame is still very, very good. And she's transmitted all those good things to this calf that's obviously doing well. Probably takes what Mama does and adds just a little more bulk and stoutness to it. So impressive pair that she brings to town today. Let's give her a big congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion cow calf pair, exhibited by Caden Hockerman with HHF Emma. We'll now get started with the bull show. We'll be looking for Class 11 in our first division.
Got a good pair of bull calves here to get us kicked off. And again, one that leads off. Both these bulls have plenty of muscle and shape for their size and where they are in terms of age and even testicular development. I see both of them very, very good at that. Just a little more look and quality and density in this guy that leads off. He's just his head and neck posture. He's more masculine headed, but yet still cleaner everywhere. I like the depth of his heart and his forerib, his added bone that he has. And getting behind these two bulls, he's just quite a bit stouter and more opened up when you get right in behind him. This one's a little green, still a little juvenile maybe in terms of his condition, but I like the start he has. The structure looks good. His shape up high still looks good. I still think one who balances and proportions well enough, just not the same kind of body volume and density we find in that one that leads off. But that's a good pair of bulls here to get the bull show started.
Well, congratulations in Class 11. First place will go to Rayleigh Wolf of Camp Point, Illinois, with Wolves MW24. And second place was exhibited by Isabella Johnson of Center Point, Iowa. We'll now bring in Class 12. This will be your final class in Division 1.
Got three more bulls that come in, and I'm going to leave them just like they came in, and use the young guy here up front to lead off this class. And mainly it's for his combination of traits. He's one of the more muscular ones for his size. His boldness is still very, very good. I just think structurally and balance and just the way things come together is where I like him the best. Still lays back in his knee and his shoulder in an appropriate manner. You get him behind that bull, there's still base width and there's shape, and he's got some pin width to him. He needs a little more bone. You could maybe get on him for that, make him a little stouter there at the ground. But I think his balance and combination of traits is what gets him the win. The long-sided bull is the one here in second. He is extremely extended and still has some shape when you get up high on that bull, particularly out through his hip and pin. He is heavier bone, and so if you want to switch those two for that, you wouldn't get a big argument from me. Today, though, he looks just a little hollow and flatter in his body shape relative really to bulls on either side of him. But I like his posture. I like his outline just a little better than the bull here in third. Bull here in third, deep in his heart and his forerib. He's very masculine up front. Got some shoulder and some forearm in that guy there as well. Maybe it doesn't balance up as good. To me, a lot of his weight is up front. I like to make him stouter from behind there in terms of his bone to match everything he's got there up front just from a balance and proportion standpoint. But I think three very, very useful, three promising herd style prospects within this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 18 of our Texas Longhorn Bull Show. First place exhibited by Jalen Krimmel with OCC Red Ruckus. Second place went to Eli Wheeler. In third place went to Michael Brody Gregory. Now in the ring is Class 19, bulls born March through April of 2024. Back over in the British White Ring, results out of Class 12. Wait. Class 12 results in our British White Ring. First place went to Jack Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma with SPR Midnight Crescent Moon. Second place, Ava Stockton. And third place went to Nathaniel Serna. Now the ring is Division 1 of the British White Bull Show.
Had two pretty solid classes of bulls here within this division. Again, like the masculine look and length of this bull here up front. His squareness is still very, very good. Still green and raw, but yet I think a lot of the good pieces are there. Maybe off at his hip just a shade. Maybe he doesn't handle his hind leg maybe as correctly as this bull does, but the trade-off is he's probably just a touch stouter right there underneath. Again, we could just change the bone on this bull here. I don't think it's a question at all. His balance, his proportion, all read very, very correct. When we get these bulls moving, he's one you favor there as well. And he's got a lot of true muscle to him when you get in behind him, but yet it's still smooth in the way it all sits on his body. So still an impressive individual. Going to use him to be our champion here in this division.
Well, congratulations in Division 1 of the British White Bull Show. First, your champion will go to first place out of Class 12. That was Jack Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in that second place and select a reserve in Division 1.
We're bringing the second in that class in, and again, these two bulls that are left out here are very similar. Long outline bulls, extended bulls, bulls that still have some bone and width to them there as well. They're still probably one I prefer. Just I think he's just a touch neater everywhere. I think he's just a touch better and square everywhere. His attitude's not the best, but he's still a very, very good bull. This bull out of Class 1's my second favorite. He'll be the reserve.
And congratulations, Reserve Division 1 over the British White Ring goes to Rayleigh Wolf of Camp Point, Illinois with Wolves MW 24. We'll now welcome in Class 13, Division 2.
He brings another nice single entry here, a Summer Bowl. Again, love this one's length. He's so good in the way his head and neck sets up onto his shoulder, but yet still masculine. Still got some crest and stoutness of skull about him. And still I like the way he walks and sets down on his feet and legs in a very, very adequate manner. If you could change anything about that bull as he's coming or going, I like to open him up in terms of base width and just make him a touch more appropriate there. But boy, love his look and his presence from the side. Very nice single entry here within this class.
Well, congratulations in Class 13. First place went to back number 430. That was Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in Class 14 to conclude Division 2.
kind of resemble the heifers these two young ladies had earlier in the day as well. Those same advantages and really same things you change. And I'll be honest, if I could put these two bulls together, I'd be really, really satisfied. And so with that, though, I do think the bull up front, he just grabs you. He's got a different presence to him, a different look to him, just his arrogance out here, but yet he still has some chest width and some forearm and some shape to him. Still think one whose center body still opens up well, and he's good in his upper hip. Well, my fault with that bull is when we get right in behind him. I like to open that bull up, give him more shape down low, and that's where it becomes a play with this one we're going to leave here in second. This one we're going to leave here in second. I love how opened up he is in terms of his body. I love the boldness of this bull. And again, his lower shape and lower base probably suits me just a little better. We get to the side of these two bulls, where, boy, it's just really not a question in terms of he's just a little shorter, more jammed up all the way through as we get him on the go. He wants to duck out of his hip and sit underneath himself in a little more unattractive manner there as well. But he's useful. He's good. He's still opened up. That's a good pair of bulls. You can go either way on. That one just grabs you a little better there from the profile as well. But two good bulls there in that class.
Well, congratulations back over in the British White Ring. Results out of Class 14. First place went to Tara Rubra's 2303 Rolex, exhibited by Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Second place and congratulations to Kylie Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve out of Division 2. Back over the Texas Longhorn Ring, results.
Got a good division here of bulls, and again, these two are fairly similar in terms of longer-sided bulls that offer just more extension, probably all the way through. And then amongst these two bulls, still one again. His presence is good, is just his look and the way he grabs and puts himself together, his length, his goodness out of his hip. We can give him more shape down low, maybe, but again, just an awesome breeding piece out here. Young ladies bull out of that second class is going to represent this division and be our champion here.
Well, congratulations, champion in Division 2, exhibited by Kyra Lehman with Tara Rubra's 2303 Rolex. We'll now bring in that second place, exhibited by Kylie Spradling.
We bring her classmate in here, again, opposites. He's a little more modern. He's more opened up, and his shape is still good. Again, I wanted to change him out of his hip and rear leg and the way he handled it, maybe extend him just a touch more. But I think those two need to stay together here. Going to use that bull here at second in that class to be reserve.
And congratulations, Reserve Division, exhibited by Kylie Spradling with KGS Sir Winston. Well, congratulations in Class 20 in the Texas.
But still very good with the quality of these bulls. Our little bull calf, again, his shape, his balance and symmetry are all very, very, very good. Again, if you're being critical of him, you stouten him up just down low and change his hip and hind leg posture ever so slightly. But he's long-strided, he's good to look at, and he's got the right kind of shape. And then the one that came out of that next division, like I said, for me personally, I typically like him with just a shade more power than what he has. But that one just grabs you again. Just looks like a different one out here. His feature is just a breeding piece amongst this group of them out here. His masculine look up front, but yet his length and the way he comes together out of his hip and the feet he sets down on are all very, very good. So again, very good set of bulls here. Again, very proud of your juniors and exhibitors out here, but this big guy keeps grabbing me here. She's going to have our champion bull here as well. Bring the second in that class in, or a second in that division there as well. These two bulls, again, very similar. Muscular bulls, shapely bulls. To me, he's just a bigger version, really, and a more mature version of the little guy up front. And so we're going to keep that last division together. She's going to have our reserve bull here.
And congratulations, reserve champion over here in the British White Show for your bulls. Go to Kylie Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma. In the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of Class 21. First place went to back number 5203. That was Sugar Ray CP, exhibited by Sarah Danley. We'll now bring those first and seconds in and select a grand and reserve grand champion, Texas Longhorn Bull.
pair of them. I think both of them are going to be good feeding kind of cattle. I think both of them just have that rib cage that says they're going to put on finish, I think, in a very adequate way. I think the difference is the one I'm going to start with here up front. You open them up top. There's just more hip. There's more shape. There's just more of a terminal spread up top in terms of width and dimension when you really get to studying him. Still one that sets down good enough on his feet and legs, as does his classmate here. Just a simple fact, when you get on top of those cattle, he's just bolder and wider all the way through. I like this one's length. Again, his softness and depth to his heart and his forerib are very, very good. Wish he had just a little more shape to his quarter. Want to open him up behind his shoulder just a touch more like we find in his classmate. But you could switch those two around back and forth. Wouldn't get a big argument for me. A good pair of steers, though.
Well, congratulations, your champion Texas Longhorn Bull in the junior show coming out of class 21. That was Sarah Danley with Sugar Ray CP.
Really, again, a good pair of them here, and just my favorite one tends to be this one here on the back end of the line. Maybe my favorite animal you've had for what he is. That is a very good beef animal. I love just his body shape and the way that's put on him. Even his frame size, where he is there, I think checks a lot of boxes and meets the request very, very well. That's a thick in it one as he leaves you, but yet his structure still sets in an appropriate manner. I love the stoutness of his head, and that kind of starts things off, and so you expect him to be as bold as what he is. He's putting on finish in the right way. Just a really good beef animal there that she brings in. This one we're going to leave here in second obviously got the extra shape. You talk about a hip and expression. He has it. His boldness of his body shape is all very, very good as well. Maybe not as smooth as what that one is. A little frailer maybe. Just needs a little more flesh on him to run with that guy there. But again, a good, really good pair of them here within this class.
Well, back over the Texas Longhorn ring. Out of our two steer classes. Class 18, first place was exhibited by Isabella Johnson, Center Point, Iowa, and second place in that class exhibited by Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma. In class 19, first place went to Kylie Spradling, and second place exhibited by Eli Morgan.
Again, a good pair of steers here. Both these steers have the right kind of what I call shape and spread and squareness up top. And both of them have some chest width and base width. And obviously, little guy, I think he's going to get there in terms of feeding and just the way his heart and forerib are designed suggests that he'll be there. But this guy's there, about there. I love just his width and substance. I could brag on him a lot out here, but I think he's our clear-cut winner. He's going to be our champion here in the steer division.
Well, congratulations, your champion steer exhibited by Kylie Spradling, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with SC Snapdragon.
We're bringing the second in that class in. Again, he's different, the extra shape, extra muscle and ripple and shape to him all the way through, but it also maybe not as smooth there when you really get down to it. And so you go to trying to put both these things together. I do think this one probably resembles or will resemble the guy we let off that was so impressive to let off this division. And Class 1 will be reserved here in this steer division.
And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of Class 18. That's Isabella Johnson, Center Point, Iowa, with Gemini Sensational Pan. Once again, congratulations to our steer exhibitors. We are going to get started with our bred and owned heifer show. First class in the ring will be Class 1. Back over in the Texas Longhorn ring, we're going
The Bred Known show, and like we talked about her earlier, a really neat look of quality and just head and neck presence in this heifer. But then when you get in behind her, she was really one of the thicker heifers we saw in terms of just shape and boldness. Again, if those angles come together and she holds together in terms of her structure, she'll be a really, really neat one and fun one to show as we continue on to progress her. But again, nice way to start our Bred Known show.
Congratulations in Class 1 in the British White Ring. First place goes to back number 435. That's SFCC Mercedes 719M, exhibited by Jet Smith of Chelsea, Oklahoma.
Bring two more back in here and our bred known again, just like they were in class. We'll leave them like they came in. And again, two very good heifers, obviously. I think they have some potential and be fun to watch these two battle it out as they continue to get older. But again, I like the structure and just the smoothness of this one that's going to lead off this class. And just the rear leg and foot placement probably fits me a little better. Love this one, smoothness. We're going to leave here in second again. Head and neck posture is very, very neat. Just again, she's getting a little calmer as she comes in, but boy, when she learns to kind of settle in and get to be in a show heifer, be interesting to see what this pair does. But a good pair of cattle here. We're going to leave them like they stand.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 over here in the Bred and Owned show. First place will go to Kaylee Walczewski of Little Falls, Minnesota. Second place and congratulations, Caden Hockerman of Westfield, Wisconsin. We'll now welcome in Class 3. Well, congratulations in Class 26 of our Texas Longhorn Steer Show. First place will go to Sheridan Van Blarcom with Flying H. Dobbs. Second place, and congratulations, Jalen Krimmel. Third place, exhibited by Anthony Quinn. Fourth place went to Samantha Tiller, and fifth place will go to Lily Johnson. We're now going to welcome in Class 27, steers born January
here at the back of the line. Again, just the way her balance comes together just a little better in terms of way everything's assembled. A little stouter in terms of her body and her width. And we get them on the travel. I still like her feet and legs and the way in which they go. She's probably not as long-sided as this heifer we're going to leave here in second, but I think her balance comes together better. This heifer here, long hip. She's got some squareness from behind. She's still really, really smooth in the way she comes together. Wants to fight the system a little bit, makes it harder to read her on the structure. But I would like to strengthen her up just right in there behind her shoulder and maybe collect her out of her spine ever so slightly. But again, a good pair of cattle here in this bred known class.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 of the Bred Known Show over in the British White Ring. We have the results. First place went to Jack Spradling, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with KGS Classy Amelia, and second place exhibited by Emma Walczewski, Little Falls, Minnesota. Now in the ring is Class 4 of the Bred Known Show.
Coach, I wouldn't call you fat. You're just a little husky, that's all. Really good class here. Brett Knowns as well. Move this little modern one here up front. Again, you could make her just a little bigger in her growth curve, but just her build, her function, the looseness of her skeleton, the usage of her hind leg is why she ends up winning this particular trio, and still a big-bodied one there as well. Love the quality of that heifer, the stoutness of the heifer that comes in second. Again, her boldness is good, her shape, and really condition-wise, I like where she is as well. Just two things. Want to make her just a little different in her shoulder and knee angle, maybe make her cooperate just a little better so we can see what she does off of her rear skeleton. Long-sided one here that's very, very feminine, still very angular. She's still green and skinny yet. And I think her time's going to be her best friend yet today, though she's just a little flatter and narrower underneath than these two ahead of her. But again, good trio of cattle here in this Bred Known class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Texas Longhorn Ring. Results out of Class 27. First
Got a single entry here again, a little nervous acting out here, but I love her look and her presence she has. Her length of body is still good, and her size and where things go. If she continues to develop in her body and just soften, it'd be interesting to see what she gets to look like. But nice outline, good single entry here in this Bred Known division. Another good bred known class. Again, three kind of differences out here, but just really solid one that leads off this class. Big volume and broody. I think she's sound made and handles her feet and legs very well. She's not as neat right there through the base of her chest floor. You could clean her up there and make her a shot more feminine, but just her useful pieces in terms of rib cage and her structure is why she leads off this class. Love the depth and the smoothness of the heifer. We're going to leave here in second. Maybe not as opened up. You like to just make her just a little more base width and chest width to her, but I do like her center, her softness. I probably trust her ability to just make a really good turnout cow versus the freaky one here we have here in third. Just kind of got to live with this one. Boy, her hip and hind leg is awesome. Her head and neck set is really good. Just depends on where you are on her body depth and just where her knees are parked. She's just a little more far forward for me in terms of being upright there in her knee and her shoulder, and then with being just a little harsher body makes me question some things. But boy, a neat one if you can find a bull to take care of those things. She's got some neat things to offer. Good trio of cattle there. Got a quality single entry here. Again, big square hip, and her boldness of body is good. Love her head and neck and where it sets onto her shoulder there as well. If you could do anything maybe on her, she gets just a little maybe more upright up front at times and gets just a little awkward in her hot posture. But boy, it's still a neat one. It's got a lot of good going for her.
Well, congratulations over in the Texas Longhorn.
Hard not to like this heifer, just her presence and style she has. Even if you took the cool color away, I still think that one's strength to her spine, her length of hip, and her just natural squareness all the way through makes her a really neat one to look at there. Like I talked about, I think she would call her plenty good enough in her structure, but that's where you maybe still just enhance her ever so slightly, make her that much more athletic. But a neat heifer here, dang sure could use more competition. think it's pretty cool that most of your, or a good majority of your show here in the British Whites were bred and owned cattle, and so I love that. I love to see these kids come out here and continue to try to breed these and just continue to make them better. And so some neat ones out here. We've talked them a couple times, so I'm not going to do that again. But I think there's couple of them here, or two or three, I got it down between, and a couple of them just make a little more sense for me here as well. But a good set of them here. Young lady with the single entry on the end is going to be our champion in the bred and owned. Young lady right in front of her in the second to last class will be reserved. But let's give all these bred and owned exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations back in the British White Ring results out of your bred and owned heifer show. Champion, and congratulations, Kylie Spradling of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with KGS Alice of Wonders. And reserve champion was exhibited by Caden Hockerman with HHF Squirrel. Now in the ring is Class 8 of the Bred and Owned Bull Show.
Again, two nice bulls. I think two bulls that are very useful, just in what they present and what they give out here. But just like we talked earlier, love this one, just his balance, his symmetry of things and the way they come together. Good in the shape of his hip, the body shape, and just where he is compositionally. You like him, you could give him just a little more bone and style down low. And that's where you like this bull. We're going to leave here in second. Super long-sided, big feet, big bone underneath him there as well. Just want his body to catch up with his length there. He's just a little flatter there today. But again, nice pair of bulls here in this class. We ended up with a nice pair of bulls here in our bred and owned division. Again, the big bull we haven't discussed yet, but like we talked about earlier, is just a bigger version of the little one here. His muscle shape's good, his masculinity is good, his range of motion and structure are all very, very useful. You can make him a little longer hip. He wants to tuck underneath himself on the move just a little bit, but still a nice kind of bull. He's still my favorite one, though. He'll be our champion here in the bred and owned bull division. Use a little guy there up front to be reserved, but a good set of bulls.
Well, congratulations in the Texas Longhorn ring. Results out of class at 32. First place
These cattle are starting to get a little tired and starting to show it, but at the same time, I think there's some just differences in where we get those feet and legs placed. But if your dance partner is working with you as correctly as well, so really we could pick either four of these young ladies. They all do have some type of advantage over one another. I like the intensity of the young lady in the back. That calf wants to be just a little ornery. I like the smoothness of the young lady that's right in front of her, but we got to get maybe that one gets just a little stretched out on us at times. Young lady does a pretty consistent job there. That second in line, just that heifer never will lock it in for and let her keep it there. Young lady up front, again, takes her just a little minute to get it all put together because she fumbles around just a shade with that stick, but that's a longer stick, a shorter girl, and a bigger heifer. I think she does the most consistent job, though, of any of them, whether we've been in class or out here within this division. Young lady up front is going to be our champion here in our showmanship division.
Well, congratulations in the Texas Longhorn ring. Congratulations in the British White Ring. Your champion junior showman is Savannah James. Now in the ring is the intermediate division.
her posture, her calmness, her smoothness, speed of the stick, all those good things work very, very well. Her dance partner don't want to dance with her, though, today, and makes things just a little more awkward for her. Young guy here does a nice job, very smooth. Just want to get him consistent. There's times he gets her set perfect, and there's other times he gets her just a little stretched out. Done a nice job with this one here. I'd slow her down just a shade when we're on the go, but he does a good job pulling her back together and getting her in line. Young guy with the bull, still very, very smooth, very calm, and very collected. Wanted to square him up just a little better on this angle, but does a nice job getting him pulled together. Almost the same thing about the young guy up front. Got a harder one to put together because his lines aren't as neat and smooth as others, but he does a great job putting him, getting his feet probably in the right place, and I like his intensity there that he has as well. But probably one of them, again, that's just done the most consistent job from one end to the other. Just been very, very smooth and very consistent every time he's put that bull in line. This young guy that's second in line. He'll be our champion here in this intermediate division.
Well, congratulations, your champion intermediate showman will go to Jack Spradling. We're going to welcome in the next division of showmanship for our junior British White Show. This will be your final division. In the Texas Longhorn ring, we're getting
Again, thank you guys for having me out and being good to come out and spend time with you British White folks here and just really enjoyed your kids here. I love how pleasant they are, yet there's still some competitive fire and spirit to them, and I've enjoyed getting to evaluate your cattle. I'd say good luck to you from here on out here as well. We could go and discuss all these and really break them down, but I'll be honest, one of them just, again, they hit you, they grab you, you kind of go with it. I like this showman's skill level. I like their confidence, but yet it's not overconfident. Very, very poised. Very, very good here. But again, let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. Really been an awesome day here. Young lady here in the green and white shirt is going to be our champion here in our senior division.
Well, congratulations in the senior division. Your champion showman will go to Cattleman. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your open British White female show in just a minute. Back over the Texas Longhorn ring, results out of your first class of miniature steers. First place exhibited by Teal Wagner with Jelly Roll. Second place was exhibited by Bo Rogers, and third place, Sarah Danley. Now in the ring is Class 39 miniature steers born in 2023.
Entry October heifer calf to start our British White show on the open side here this evening, and I think a really nice heifer calf with a lot of potential. Heifer calf has tremendous rib shape and tremendous muscle thickness. She's fighting things just a little bit out here, as you'd expect a 70, 80-day-old baby to do, but I think one that is sure merits a lot of attention as we watch her grow and develop, and I think could be pretty exciting as she matures and gets to that point where we can really tell something about her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our first class in the open show for British Whites. First place goes to LD Livestock with LD's Miss Kitty of Stockdale, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 2.
have here on our top end of this particular class of British Whites. This pair are some differences in them and quite a bit of similarity. Obviously, there's a growth and performance difference, and I go ahead and appreciate the value of that and see that and recognize that in our class winner. She's probably not perfect, and when she gets out and travels, she hesitates a little bit as she gets off both ends of her skeleton. Heifer behind her probably reaches a little more comfortably on both ends than the heifer that wins this class. But boy, this one is sure classy. She puts an awful lot together in terms of balance and symmetry, a very progressive design in that female with regards to upheadedness, tightness up through the top of her shoulder, still maintains excellent volume and fullness to her forerib to maintain the levelness and squareness at her hip that she maintains. The little heifer that's in second behind her is not perfect in regards to her top line design. As she travels, she wants to come up a little bit in her loin and maybe fall off a bit in her pin set, but I do appreciate and like the way that she gets out and reaches, and I know she's wanting to wad up over there on the fence. Let's go ahead and just let her go. But when you really see that heifer out and traveling, really reaches comfortably out of the front third of her skeleton, good flexation through her knee, and really a good foot shape on that heifer calf as we watch her go out of the ring. Heifer that comes next is a lot like her in terms of body dimensionality and forerib shape. These heifers, I believe, are some maize, and I think for that kind of maturity and that kind of development, this heifer shows a lot of promise. Not as good-footed, not as correct as we study her outer hip, but still levels up nice from shoulder to hip as we compare her to the two heifers that are yet to be discussed in the class. These two heifers are similar in regards to their bone work and feature. Both the heifers are just a bit plainer through their front third, a little deeper tying in their neck, but really good bodied, good ribbed heifers that level up pretty nice out of their hip. Both of them could be just a bit better in terms of their foot shape and bone work. Both of them could probably work just a little wider behind as they get out of the ring, but a nice pair to conclude our class with, and congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over in the Texas Longhorn Ridge. Exhibited by British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn of Lexington, Oklahoma, with SC The Ultimate Beauty. Second place was exhibited by Hockerman's Hillview Farm, Westfield, Wisconsin. Third place went to Rice Creek Acres, Kaylee Walczewski of Little Falls, Minnesota. Fourth place exhibited by LD Livestock, as well as fifth place. Now in the ring is Class 3 before the division.
I think a really nice set of spring heifer calves, and a lot of potential in these heifers that are going to shake out down here in the middle of the class that just don't have the same backgrounding at this point or the same development potential that these heifers have got that are going to win this class. I think a really nice female that starts our class, and I'm drawn to her pretty quickly because of her body, her substance, her uniformity of dimensions. As you study her from shoulder to hip, she's one that has good skeletal width and she handles it nicely. She wants to be a little low tying as she comes out of the top of her shoulder, and I'd like to improve that about her a little bit. But as you see that heifer get out and travel, she's one that presents herself with as good of presence and length of stride and athleticism as any, that's got some dimensionality and some bloom to her. I think she's a nice place to start. Here's a pretty nice heifer that follows her that maybe for some has got a little more throat in her. I like her muzzle, her strength of jaw, I like her rib shape, and I like her muscularity to still yet be femininely designed. And I see her having the kind of depth of quarter and the kind of depth of forerib and the spread of top that allows her to be a really good kind of a cow someday and be one that can contribute to your breed. Heifer that I think follows her probably doesn't have quite the presentation in terms of the way that she's fit and managed in that regard, but she's one that sorts up pretty good for me because of her dimensions of her foot, the shape of her foot, the rib shape that we see in that heifer, and then still a pretty good pattern and build in that heifer as we study her from shoulder to hip and the power that she has through her quarter. She's one that still yet has that maternal look for me because of her softness through the middle of her body and the extra shape and spring to her forerib. Would probably like to see her level up just a bit better as she goes out of her hip. And I think as the next pair of heifers came to me, completely different in type and kind, this heifer that we like in 4 is one that really is attractive when you view her from beside. You get right in on her and you just like to open her up right through the center of her body, spread her a little wider down her top, and you study her at the ground. Her feet and toes are a little long, and she's a little gauged as we study her through the bottom of her skeleton. So we'd like to open that attractive heifer up, and if she does that with time, she becomes a very strong contender in this class. And following the type and kind, we could move the little heifer that's in 5 up with 3 that start 1, 2, and 3. This heifer's got more volume. She's more proportional in her width. She's more spread down her top and has more width of base. She's a little out of balance in terms of not having quite the look as we study her from the side. She doesn't have quite the squareness at her hip that either of the 2 heifers on either side of her have. This heifer gets a little forward in her knee for me and just a little narrow as we study her underneath. She, like our heifer that's in 4, really is attractive as we study her from shoulder to hip and as we study her on a profile. We just like to see her sounder in regards to the skeleton that she shows us that she's going to have here today. A nice female, and again, one that I think has good potential. The next pair of heifers get just a little bit plainer as we study them from the side. They're a little more low-headed, a little deeper fronted kind of heifers that maybe get up in their flank just a little bit to throw their balance off. The heifer that I like next is a heifer that's got a little more substance to her rib. I think she has more shape to her upper rib, and I think a little naturally bigger footed, heavier structured female than the heifer we conclude with. Nice female still that we conclude with that's long-bodied and long-hipped. One of those that in this class appears to be one of the longer skeleton and longer hipped ones that we have. Wants to get pretty close behind as she travels away, and again just needs to be a little more attractive as we study her from the side.
Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Maybelline. Second place went to Rosewood Farm. Third place exhibited by Isabella Johnson. Fourth place went to Wenger Farms LLC. Fifth place was exhibited by Rosewood Farm. Sixth place also to Wenger Farm LLC. Seventh place exhibited by Lakenheims, and eighth place went to Rice Creek Acres. Now in the ring is our first division of the British White Open Show.
And congratulate our British White exhibitors in this first division. I think a very competitive division. I think there's some uniqueness that we have out here, and we come from a shorthorn breed that doesn't have as many numbers as some of the other breeds have, and when you have that, you've got a little more variation when you come to your class winners and divisions, and sometimes even at the end of the show. I don't think that's a real big deal. I think you have to put your priorities where they need to be for your situation and for your genetic and herd improvement. And I think we've got some individuals out here that do that. Our heifer calf really is a little bit challenging to see, but you can see where she's going to have some forearms, some substance, some thickness to her, and she's one that's going to have some doability and performance. So I think as she matures, she's one to certainly watch and appreciate for those things. Heifer out of the next group, I believe that was a maid class, was a big old girl in that class, and you either use her or you beat her because she's too big. And I think there's too much quality and too much flash in that heifer and too many things that could benefit a lot of cattle that allow that heifer to be recognized for me. And I think the extension that she shows us, the correctness in the way that she's laid into her shoulder, the picture that she gives us when she's standing there is awfully good. Again, we could change her a little bit. She's not perfect. We could make her a little more proportional in the depth of body that she has. We could see her travel just a little freer on both ends, and then we'd make her a really, really nice one. Heifer that follows her is one that I just see cow written all over. I think that heifer reads as a brood cow from her muzzle all the way back to the center of her body. The muscularity and the soft look that she has is one that is naturally doable, and I think can do that in a lot of different environments and climates and situations that may or may not have as much management friendliness. I like the foot shape of that heifer. I like the natural flexibility and length of stride that heifer has. To me, she's a nice optimum to find out here in this group of three that have quite a bit of variation in them. I like this heifer out of Division III for your champion on our British White side. How about a nice round of applause for the young lady?
Well, congratulations in Division 1 of your Open British White Female Show champion. We'll go to British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Maybelline.
Three in this first division to be considered for reserve division. A heifer that I like her length of top and I like her muscularity, and as I mentioned in class, her foot size and bone work is really, really good. Not as attractive, obviously, as the heifer that stands immediately in front of her, and she too has got just a little bit of a hitch in her situation there on her hind leg with regards to being maybe just all the straighter in her hock that she needs to be. So not necessarily perfect or ideal in that regard, but she's awfully good. I think has a lot of substance and a lot of value. It's hard for me not to include this heifer out of Class 2 in part of this division championship. I think we need to recognize the flash and the fancy look that she has, the presentation that she has. Let's congratulate our heifer out of Class 2.
Well, congratulations, Reserve Division 1 coming out of Class 2. That was the British Whites of Shallow Creek, SC the Ultimate Beauty. We're now going to welcome in Class 4 to start the next division.
As we work into these older classes, we're still seeing some really nice females, and I think a nice cow to start our class with, and a different design in this female, and maybe is a little more atypical of this particular breed. A little longer made, a little flatter made kind of a female, a big-footed, heavy-structured one that's got some jaw in her still. Doesn't have quite the robust shape to her forerib or quite the external convection to that forerib that we see in some of these cattle. But certainly a lot of value in her. One that length of stride is no problem, one of levelness of design is no problem. Certainly some value in this one for a lot of different reasons. I like this heifer pretty good in second too. There's a lot of difference in performance and frame size. This heifer is going to be a little more practical in her build in terms of shape and width and maternal look. She carries a little more conditioning. She carries a little more front end. Not a deal breaker for me on the front end, but conditioning wise, she's one that doesn't probably need to be any further along at this stage of her maturity than she is in that regard. A big-footed, solid-toed kind of a cow that's got a good square toe in her, a good deep heel in her. It allows her to conduct herself as she gets out and travels with good authority on both ends, with good width on both ends. Young lady's heifer that's going to come next is one that's impressive as she comes at you. She's a big, strong, muzzled female. It's got extra width of base, extra width of chest, still yet blends nicely up through her shoulder, ties together pretty good at the top of her shoulder for the amount of mass that she has through the center of her rib and up through her forearm. Would like to follow that up with a little more strength and expression as we study her outer pin set, see just a little more depth to her quarter and a little more balance as we look at her in terms of her depth of flank relative to the depth of her front end. Heifer that's next is one that's extremely long-bodied, and in this group, she's one that probably wins that award next to our class winner. This heifer wants to get just a little piecey as we study her behind her shoulder and in her top line and the way that she conducts herself out of her hip. We'd like to see a little more uniformity in terms of levelness all the way through. Next heifer that comes out is one that's heavier structured than the one that precedes her. She's a little deeper bodied and maybe even a little fuller through her forerib. She doesn't have maybe quite the length of stride that we would like to see ideally. We'd like to see her a little less calculated as she gets out and travels on both ends of her skeleton. Let her have a little more fluidity to the traveling that she does. Let her have just a little more shape and expression right through the center of her quarter. Speckled up heifer that rounds out our groups, an awfully attractive female when we look at her from the side. When we get in behind her, she narrows up more than I'd like. She's a little frailer featured, a little finer boned and a little smaller footed as we study her at the ground. But I think a nice female that's got extra femininity and extra sharpness up through the top of her shoulder and hip. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 of our British White Show. First place exhibited by Kyra Lehman, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 2403 Bugatti. Second place went to Kylie Spradling. Third place exhibited by Stockton Farms. Fourth place also to Stockton Farms. Fifth place and sixth place goes to Rayleigh Wolf. Now in the ring will be Class 5 in Division 2.
We have showing in our British White side at this point. We could make some improvements on her feet and legs, maybe the way that she handles herself out of her hip, but that heifer sure got some volume and sure got the right kind of rib shape. I really like the character and the femininity that she shows us through her front third and the rib shape that she has. Again, maybe just see her a little more correct as we study her out her hip and make those feet just a little more attractive as we study those. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
Well, congratulations in the British White Ring. Results out of Class 5. First place went to LD Livestock with LD's Sonora. We'll now welcome in Class 6. In the Texas Longhorn Ring, results out of your showmanship divisions. In the junior division, first place was Bryn Hickman. Second place, Bo Rogers. And third went to Cale Walker-Locke. In the intermediate division, congratulations. First place was Harley Joe Robertson. Second place was Ethan Hickman. And third place was Michael Brody Gregory. In the third division here in showmanship, first place was Avery Maffey. Second place, Anthony Quinn. And third place went to Memphis Merceri.
Really interesting pair of yearling females we've got in our British White side, and as you study these two, there's just an awful lot of difference in them. I like them as they stand primarily because of their soundness and ability to travel around the ring, and the cow that I like to win the class has an appreciable advantage in that regard. She's better on her feet and legs. She's more cushioned and comfortable in her knee as she gets out and travels. Her slope to her shoulder enables her to reach a lot longer and freer off both ends. More comfortable in her top line as she gets out and travels as well. She's not the fancy looker that we find in the heifer that's going to be second. She doesn't have quite that trendy design as we study her through her front third or as we look at her down her top. She's not as bold or big and expressive in her top shape as what the heifer is that is in second, but just a little too much in regards to tightness and in terms of straightness of skeleton in this heifer that's in second for me to use her today. But an awfully nice one that still, again, has some parts and pieces that we can sure be drawn to. That attractive look, the foot size, the bone work certainly are to be commended. She's been managed right in terms of her conditioning. We just like to see her go a lot more comfortably, be a lot more soft in the center part of her body relative to the frame size that we see going along with her. Good pair of females. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 6, our final class before Division 2. First place exhibited by Rice Creek Acres, Ryan Walczewski with Old Stone Jubsjoy Johanna. Second place in that class exhibited by Hockerman's Hillview Farm, Caden Hockerman. We'll now welcome in the first and second selected champion reserve in Division 2.
I think we've got a nice trio of heifers for this Division II championship as we study and look at them. You know, I was setting up in the bleachers a little while ago and heard Jerry make a comment a while ago about good people and good cattle not looking alike. And I don't agree with Jerry all the time. Matter of fact, we probably don't agree a lot of the time, but he couldn't be more right with regards to what makes good people and good cattle, and I think we've got three individuals out here that individually have some real positives to add to your breed and to the cattle industry. Our heifer that starts this youngest class is one that is very, very attractive. She's very well presented. She's very fluid and athletic in the way that she gets out and travels. Does she have the shape that some of the other British white cattle have? No, she does not, but she's got some things that are very, very attractive. I like her character and her femininity. I like the maternal look that she gives us from the side. Maybe just like to open her up just a skosh to go along with that. But I think one that is in the right developmental stage in terms of her maturity and being managed right in terms of her conditioning and being managed right in terms of her feet. Heifer that comes next is one that I think brings a lot of extra shape. She's one that is really big and bold in her upper rib. She's one that has extra shape through her stifle. I'd like to improve her at the ground and see her on a better foot, a little better heel shape, a little better toe shape. I'd like to see her a little more attractive up front, but there's a lot of value in her as well in regards to the rib and the substance and the durability that she brings to this group of heifers. Heifer that was in our last class is still yet one that in this group of contemporaries is one that is going to be very attractive as she gets out and travels because she's very mobile and sound and flexible. She's pretty good in terms of her foot shape. It enables her to be right in her knee. It enables her to have the right slope to her shoulder. It gives her the opportunity to travel with the right kind of comfort as we study her from shoulder to hip and the way that she travels. So it makes it a nice interesting conversation to have and a nice decision to make as you look at these three individuals and go to select a champion out of them. For me, it's one that I'm going to come back to and use this younger heifer with regards to that extra look and presentation and management that has been expressed in that heifer. I think a really big structured one that's got a lot of tools to work with in this particular breed. Congratulations to our heifer out of Class 1 in this division.
Well, congratulations in Division 2. Your champion will go to back number 469. That's Tara Rubro's 2403 Bugatti, exhibited by Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania.
Bring in that second out of that first class in this division and a really nice productive female. She doesn't have maybe quite the performance some of the other cattle in this division had, but I think she needs to be recognized for her correctness. She is really, really good in her foot shape and her joints. Her bone work is excellent. She's one that levels up super good in terms of her design and the way that she travels. She's going to be one that has good longevity. That skeleton is going to allow her to contribute for a long, long time. I think it becomes a close decision between her, actually, and the oldest heifer in this group. I actually prefer the older. For her size and for her maturity, I think she maintains a more feminine design through her front third. I think she's a little sharper at the top of her shoulder to maintain even more rib shape and more dimension to her top. She, too, is one that handles herself good when she gets out and travels. We like the heifer out of this third class in this division to be your reserve. Congratulations again to all of our exhibitors.
And congratulations back in the British White Ring Reserve Champion. And coming out of Class 6, that was Rice Creek Acres, Ryan Walczewski with Old Stone's Jub Joy's Johanna. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now go into the final division of females. First class in the ring will be Class 7.
Really appreciate the productivity we see in the heifer that wins this particular class, and she's one that just strikes a really, really cool presence as we study her out here. She starts good at the ground. When I saw her come in the gate, she's one that commands your attention because of her carriage of her head and neck and the way that she presents herself with more extra width of chest and a more flexible skeleton, a little more length of stride and a little more comfort in that regard. Really appreciate the fact that she's as far along in calf as she is to be at this little longer date in maturity. The young lady's heifer that's next is a lot like a couple three that we've seen here today that are really, really attractive, and they're really big in their back, and they're very muscular kind of cattle. Just a little too straight up through their front end, a little too straight in the way they carry themselves on their hind leg, but a lot of pieces, once again, to work with cattle like that with any breed. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Congratulations in Class 7. First place will go to back number 474. That's Tara Rubra's 2317 Fenty, exhibited by Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Second place went to Hockerman's Hillview Farms of Westfield, Wisconsin. We're now welcoming Class 8.
That I think, again, kind of sort themselves for me as they get out and travel. The heifer that I like is the heifer in the lead at this point, and there's some things about her that I could change. I'd like to see her a little further along in calf, more like we have this heifer that's going to be second to her today. But I really like the read that she gives me in regards to the maternal feminine design that we see through her front third, the rib shape that she has. Really like the way that heifer studies at the ground. She's big-footed, square-toed, has good surface as she gets out and travels on those feet, and I think it'll enable her to have a lot of longevity compared to the heifer that we have that's going to come next that's a little more muscular in her type and kind. She's one that's got a big turn to her loin edge. She's one that's got a big forearm in her, similar to a couple of these other heifers we've had. They get just a little straight on both ends when they have that build, and it shortens their stride up, changes their foot shape, and I'm questioning how much longevity they'd have compared to a heifer like our class winner. Again, congratulations to our British White exhibitors. If you would, a nice round of applause, please.
Well, congratulations in our final division of showmen over here in the Texas Longhorn Show. First place and champion went to Sheridan Van Blarcom. Class 8, first place Stockton Farms with Stockton's Barbie. Second place went to Wagner Farms LLC of Myerstown, Pennsylvania.
Really an interesting decision to make on these two heifers. I guess I'd really like to see a little more progression in this heifer's gestation that we find, or that I like to win this particular class. But there's just an awful lot of good in that heifer's build, and you study her from shoulder to hip, the strength of top that she has, the balance that she has, the extra width that she has, both at the surface and at the top of her skeleton is really pretty incredible. She handles it pretty well. She certainly has done a better job with regards to flexibility at her knee and reach out of her shoulder than some of these other muscular heifers have done. Not perfect at the ground. We could work on her foot shape a little bit up front and improve that. But I think an awfully good female, and one that has got a lot of tools to work with regards to flatness of shoulder and sharpness of neck, and then just big square rib in that female with lots of width of base. This is a really soft, productive female that's going to be next in class, and it's a shame to put a heifer like this second, but she's going to stand behind an awfully good one because she's got just a little more front end in her, a little looser down in that brisket, and I'm not always one of those that's going to be critical of that, but I'd like to see a little more length of body to go with that. If we were going to have one with that much dimension up through her front third, I'd like to spread that skeleton out a little more as we study her down her top. I do appreciate how far she is along in calf, and I sure do like the way that she gets out and travels. Again, a really outstanding pair of older females. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place will go to Hockerman's Hillview Farm with HHF Squirrel. In second place went to Smith Farm and Cattle Company LLC Jet Smith. We'll now bring in those first and second select champion reserve in Division 3.
Three really nice coming 2-year-old females that we have in this division. I believe our final division of these females, I think. But the female that starts this particular lineup of this particular group of heifers just does so with a tremendous presence. She really keeps her head up nice. She gets out and travels. She's really comfortable from shoulder to hip, and it allows her to be right on her feet and legs It allows her to do a lot of things very, very correctly. I like the productive feminine look that she gives us as we study her out here as well. Heifer behind her doesn't maybe have quite the muzzle and jaw that we find in our heifer immediately in front of her in the line. A bigger footed, heavier structured female than either of the females on either side of her, one that is really wide in her base width, one that has good rib shape for that extra dimension that she has in those regards, and manages it extremely well in terms of her comfort of skeleton as she gets out and travels around the ring against these other two heifers. So one that I think is very, very competitive as well. A little different in the two heifers that are standing in front of her. This speckled up heifer is one that is just wide and powerful and massive. And if you're going to stand there and measure her with regards to her width, she's unbeatable in this trio. But as you put her in motion, I think we come back to that front end issue that I discussed earlier in regards to her foot shape. And we look at those toes and we look at the angles to her knee and we study the way that she angles to her shoulder. It tightens up her movement. It doesn't allow her to be quite as crisp and have quite the presence as she gets out here and travels. She's not as far along in terms of the progression of her pregnancy as what we would expect, or I anticipate the two heifers in front of her to be. But we certainly like and appreciate this female. One that is as stout as she is going to have a tremendous udder quality once it gets there because of the refinement we see in those teats. I'm going to come up here and use the heifer that probably is not anywhere near the stoutest one. She's one that I think just does so because she is so flexible and so maternal, has such a feminine presence and look, and I think that flexibility and softness is going to give her a tremendous advantage in longevity. We're going to make this heifer out of this first class in this division, your champion of the division. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Champion Division 3, exhibited by Kyra Lehman, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 2317 Fenty.
Well, when we talk this heifer that comes in as second place in this class for contention of reserve, we talked about her being a little more tentative in the way that she traveled and moved and a little more calculated as she placed those feet to the ground. And we'd still like to change that. And I think we've got two heifers here that are really, really good, that are class winners representing those particular classes out of this division. And I think they become a very close pair. As you study them, I think the heifer that's got the foot size and bone work advantage and the flexibility advantage is the heifer that comes out of Class 2. She doesn't read as crisp and she's not as neat tying at the top of her shoulder as the speckled heifer behind her, but she's sure flat better in regards to the way that she handles her feet and legs and gets out and travels. And I think because of that, I think she's a nice one to tie to our champion. This heifer out of the second class in this division is going to be your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of Class 8. That was back number 475, Stockton's Barbie, exhibited by Stockton Farms, Ella Stockton of Portland, Indiana. We're now going to bring in those division champion reserves and select a grand and reserve grand champion heifer.
Well, I think as we start our discussion about our champion female that we have in your British White Show, in 3 excellent divisions of cattle, if you would please congratulate all of our exhibitors with a nice round of applause, a well-deserved round of applause for a day like we've had today and the time of day that it is. Tough time to show cattle when it's weather's going backwards and it's 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, and the kids and the ladies and gentlemen have done a nice job being patient with the stock and taking care to get them presented in a way that it allows them to excel the attributes that they have. And I think the 3 that we have out here are not necessarily all cookie cutter alike. We don't have enough numbers to identify those kinds of uniformities as we put cattle together in division championships. But I think we've got really good cattle out here, and we've seen some really nice cattle that didn't make the cut this direction. The young lady's heifer that starts this lineup is one that's going to be a little more muscular and perhaps a little more moderate. I really like the character and the build that heifer has in terms of feet and leg soundness. Is she as fluid or mobile as the 2 big heifers behind her? Probably not, but she's also more robust in her rib shape. She's more muscular in her stifle shape, and she's a good contributor because for that build and kind, she's very level as you study her from her shoulder to her hip and back into her pins. She's one that presents herself very, very well in regards to being one that's going to have a little more to them as they develop. Young lady's heifer that comes to this 2nd division championship, that heifer was one that struck me very, very hard in terms of her presence and the way that she handles herself and travels. She's pretty honest in terms of maintaining good base width and maintaining good width down her top. Is she as widespread as some of the other cattle we've seen in your show? No, certainly not. But she offers a lot of things that can improve some cattle in regards to the length of top that she has, the slope to her shoulder, the comfort to her knee, the way that skeleton allows her to take those flexible steps is awfully, awfully important. And I think a maternal look that she offers because of her strength of jaw and muzzle, depth of rib, and continuing depth of flank. Nice female. Heifer that comes next is one that I thought followed her a little more closely as I study him out here. She's got a little throat and she's got a little brisket, and I'm kind of appreciative of that. When you kick those girls out on some pretty rough days like today, or even in some situations where they don't have enough to eat, they draw on those reserves, and it's good to have them. The important part of that front end is the way that it lays at the top of her shoulder and her neck, the way that her muzzle has some strength and she still has some femininity through her ocular eye channel and up through the top of her poll. It is very, very good as we study the front third of that heifer and we study the underline of that female and the uniformity that she has. You see a nice progression of gestation in her as well. She's one that gives you as nice a presence as she gets out and travels, as good a comfort as any of them that we have when she gets out and travels. I think a really good heifer as well. One more time, if you'll congratulate them with a round of applause, I'll slap the champion.
Well, congratulations, grand champion female coming out of Division 3. That was Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 23-17 Fenty.
I think there's some real breeding value in this female as well. Boy, I really like the way she comes to the ground with a good surface to her foot, and the way that she manages her skeleton, hocks, and joints is awfully good. I think she's got to get around an awfully fancy one here in front of her to be champion. I just don't know that there's quite enough balance to do that. Congratulations, she'll be reserved.
And congratulations, reserve champion will also go to Kyra Lehman of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, with Tara Rubra's 2403 Bugatti. Again, congratulations to all of our open British White exhibitors. We're now going to go into the cow-calf division. This will be a single class.
I would challenge you folks to do more of these cow-calf classes, and I know that they're not easy. If it was easy, there'd be a lot more of them, but they're the one thing that you can do if you truly feel like you've got a female that's been overlooked as a heifer calf, and she becomes the productive female that you think she's going to be. That's the one place that she can excel and do that very, very well. I don't know how this red roan female has done in the past, but she has certainly merited being recognized as your class winner and champion. Maybe there's another cow-calf pair, I better not say champion, but certainly merits being recognized as a class winner here today. Her production speaks for itself, a big-bodied, performance-oriented kind of a heifer calf that has good substance to her. A lot like her dam, she has extra rib. A lot like her dam, she has extra softness. Flexibility is actually a little better than her mother. So there's some things there that you see in terms of that family tie in regards to being able to be prolific and be able to generate in a way that is high quality and high performance all at the same time. Really nice pair. The young man that has, and the young lady that has the cow-calf pair that's second, different in their build. That cow is obviously a very muscular, statured cow, one that comes from a different genetic background in regards to the emphasis that's been placed on muscularity. And that's a nice heifer calf. We talked about her in class earlier as we saw her start out the open show today. We don't see quite the softness and doability in that female, but she's not one that's going to be skinny unless you just completely starve her. That's one that has excellent width to her chest floor, excellent width to her top, and shape to the center of her rib. A good muzzled female that's got a nice udder shape to her and good refinement to that udder as well. Congratulations to both our cow-calf exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the cow-calf division. Your champion went to Hockerman's Hillview Farm with HHF Emma, and second reserve champion will go to LD Livestock with LD's Lizzie. We'll now go right into the bull show. First class in will be class 11.
Wow, what a way to start our bull calf show with a really high quality pair, and I think one that wins this particular class with some advantages that are just pretty hard to replicate in a lot of other breeds as well. Big, strong, muzzled kind of a calf that's got some forearm shape and power, and design is really, really good on that calf. Really good footed kind of a calf, and you look under his tail and he's got a nice square set of testicles that are very uniform in their shape. Just an awfully good individual to start this particular class. Young lady's bull calf that follows him gives up some performance, gives up a little look, and he doesn't have that strength in regards to the bone work, but he's a good muzzled calf. He's already developing some crest. We see some forearm shape in him as well. Likewise, a good testicled calf to go along with that. Again, a really nice pair of bull calves. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our first class of bulls. First place will go to British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Candyman, and second place, and congratulations, Isabella Johnson. Now in the ring will be class 12.
really a nice set of spring bull calves that we've got in our class, and 4 really good bull calves. There's just some differences, I think, probably in the backgrounding of these cattle and the management we've seen to this point. But when we find our class winner, as he comes in this ring, he was one that has struck me extremely well in regards to his power and his dimensionality, the mature, the masculine look that he gives me for a calf of his age already. Just almost perfect footed in regards to heel depth and squareness of toe. Really good testicle on that calf. He's a right one to start with, and then we can talk about the other 3. Just an awfully good, very modern kind of a bull calf in regards to build, substance, and presence. Calf that comes next, and I think the next 2 bulls become a little more of the pair. But I think our calf that's second goes there because he's truer through his chest floor. As you study him in his knee and to the toe, he stays square in that regard, a little more like our class winner in terms of his foot shape, a little better in regards to his top shape, particularly behind his shoulder, squares up a little bit better right out his pin set as we study him compared to the bull that I'm going to leave third. This pair can have some trade-offs in them as well. I think we just need a shot more performance in this guy, and not that he can't get there, but I think this guy is going to be one that needs a little more weight per day of age to compete against these other 2 bulls. We don't see quite the testicle in him. We don't see quite the foot size, the bone work in him that we find in the bulls that are second and third, but I think one that has got something to offer in regards to muscularity. Just a little rougher as we look at him today, wants to get up in his top a little bit more. A good set of spring bull calves. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place went to British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Lurch. Second place went to Wenger Farms, LLC, Myerstown, Pennsylvania with Wenger's M420 Mickey. Third place and congratulations also goes to Wenger's Farm, LLC. And fourth place go to Rayleigh Wolf. Now in the ring, our last class of our first division. This is Class 13.
I like the strength and masculinity we see in both of these 2 young bulls. You see it starting at their jaw and their muzzle, right through their ocular dimensions and up through the top of their poll, their crest, their forearm, all give you a herd bull look and presence that I think is important to have. I think to go along with that, our class winner that I like that's the lead bull in this particular lineup is a longer bodied bull, and he stays truer in his top line shape and design as we watch him travel and move. He's stronger behind his shoulder, both longer and leveler out of his hip, and probably has the advantage in scrotal circumference already as we study him in that regard as well. Bull at second is one that's got a good wide chest floor in him. He's one that just lacks a little balance. He wants to get a little harder in his flank, just a little shorter in his overall build in regards to length of neck and length of top line. We'd like to see him come just a little more comfortable off his hind leg.
Well, congratulations in Class 13. First place exhibited by Stockton Farms, Ava Stockton with Stockton's Domino. And second place will go to Nathaniel Cerna of Stockdale, Texas. We'll now welcome in the first and second selected champion reserve in Division 1.
Well, that is really an exciting division of calves. Regardless of what breed you're talking about, there's some real value here in terms of beef cattle business, real value, real world things to offer that these cattle have. You know, we saw this calf, or I saw this calf come in that wins that first class, and boy, I didn't think there'd be anything close to him in terms of look. And then, dadgummit, if the next one didn't have one in there about like him, only a little softer and even maybe a little more flexible, but not as strong in regards to maybe that masculine character through his head and up through his crest. But just an awfully good pair to tie to, and not to take anything away from the bull that's out of the third class. He doesn't have the trendy look. He doesn't have quite the hard build. He doesn't have quite the look that we find in these two bulls out of this first class. And you know, you'll park these guys out here and put a black hide on them or put a red body and a white head on them in a few days, and there'd be a lot of folks get pretty tuned up about these two guys out of these first two classes. So I apologize for taking a little more time. I don't know that I'll get this decision right, because it'll be right today, and in about 6 months it'll change, and in about a year it'll change again. But I think they both have a lot to offer. Congratulations to the exhibitors of these cattle. I like the calf out of Class 1 for your division champion. He'll be your champion, division champion in this first division.
Well, congratulations in Division 1 of our Bull Show. Your champion, exhibited by British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Candyman.
We appreciate getting to see this second bull again. I think one that is awfully green at this stage of his life, and I think has some real potential and muscularity. But as I alluded to in my previous discussion about our champion and reserve of this division, it's going to be hard to split the two calves that were in classes 1 and 2. Class 2 is going to be your reserve champion in this division. Again, congratulations. Seriously, congratulations to our British White breeders. Really good pair.
And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of Class 12. That was also exhibited by British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn of Lexington, Oklahoma. We'll now go into your final division of bulls. This will be Class 14.
Really an excellent pair of bulls in this particular class. A bull that starts the class that I think is really, really complete. He starts that way at the ground and at the surface. He's one that's wide-based and functional in his build, one that has doability and performance because of his smoothness and substance and still yet puts together a very attractive package, perhaps even more attractive as he gets out and travels because of his extra strength atop and width of his hip and the way that he presents himself in terms of skeletal width as he gets away from you. Really an outstanding individual. A really masculine, powerful bull that we've got coming next. Now, he's a lot thinner in terms of his conditioning. That bull is big muzzled and stout forearmed, and he's big in terms of his crest, and he's got a powerful amount of potential dimension to him. His conditioning is considerably different than the bull that wins the class. He's a big structured bull. It's got a great big square toe on him and certainly has the potential to do some generating himself. Just doesn't come with quite the presentation we find with our class winner. Doesn't have quite the true width that we find with that class winner in terms of rib shape or width out of his hip, but a good bull nonetheless. Congratulations to exhibitors.
Congratulations in Class 14. First place exhibited by Locust Grove Ranch, Marwood and Cindy Hallett with SC the Magnificent. And second place and congratulations went to Manly Cattle Company. Now in the ring is Class 15 here in the second division of bulls.
Really a nice pair of bulls again, and they're completely different in their type and kind and build, and there's a lot of reasons to have bulls that look different. There's just a lot of differences in the cattle we've got to mate them to. And this guy up front appeals to me a lot the same reason of the division champions in our calf division, maybe the bull we just saw in class, a little more beef-oriented kind of cattle, a little square-headed, a little more moderate in terms of frame size, a little smoother in his build, a little more powerful in his overall makeup in terms of his proportionality. Really a big testicled bull that at first glance you think is a little bit fat, and then when you get to studying him, you realize that he's a softer built kind of a critter that's just got quite a bit of substance to him, quite a bit of forerib. Both those bulls in first and second could be improved a little on their feet. This guy is just a little rounder toed, and he's not quite as comfortable, and he doesn't give us that nice powerful thrust off his back feet when he gets out and travels. If he'd do that, I could probably use this guy in class. He just doesn't have that athleticism off his real hock and flank, rear hock and pastern that I would like for him to have. But I really dig the front third of this guy. He's got a really masculine look to his head. I like the crest and carriage that he has out of the top of his shoulder. I like his forearm extremely well. I think there's some value in him on a lot of these cattle that have got a little extra substance to them but need to be more correctly built out of their hip and have a little more of that presence up front. That guy can do a great job on those cattle. Here's another one that can do some of that as well. He's a big, strong, four-handed kind of a bull that's got lots of power up front. He's one that's big in his muzzle, a little broader in his forehead, a little bigger in his back and bolder, but he just doesn't quite hold together with that strength as we study him back through his skeleton. Doesn't come as powerful off his hip and hind leg as those bulls above him. Really another good group of bulls. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, congratulations, Class 15. First place went to Kylie Spradling with KGS Sir Winston. Second place exhibited by Kyra Lehman. And third place went to Circle 4 Ranch. Now in the ring is our final class of British White Bulls.
Well, as we round out our bull show, we've had maybe as equally impressive, if not even more so, bull show than heifers, and I don't often see that nowadays. But I commend you guys for staying tough and getting the bulls in front of people, because I think there's some really positive things to offer within your bull battery, and seeing what we have seen so far, and this guy is no exception to that. He's a good masculine-fronted bull that has excellent pattern and build to him. He's a little tentative as he gets out and travels. We'd like to maybe expand that surface of his foot a little bit by having his toes a little square and let him go a little more comfortably. But a big black scrotum bull that's got some power and some clean sheath carriage to him, and just really does a great job transmitting, I'll bet you, a good look in the cattle that he sires and a good balance in the cattle that he sires. Just want to be cautious about his movement and where we made him to complement that as we make those babies. Really nice big bull. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
Well, congratulations in our final class of British White Bulls. First place went to pack number 494. That was Wenger's KW204 King, exhibited by Wenger Farms, LLC, Myerstown, Pennsylvania.
Outstanding division in this oldest division of your bull show today, and I think one that to me is a very nice one to tie to. Very complete, very correct. There'll be a lot of breeds that'll be challenged in their older bull divisions that'll show here in the next week that'll struggle to have big bulls look as good as these guys, and they'll struggle to have a big one as good as this one. Congratulations to the bull in the lead position. He'll be your champion of this last division.
Congratulations, champion in Division 3 comes out of Class 14. That was exhibited by Locust Grove Ranch, Marwood and Cindy Hallett with SC the Magnificent.
Well, our bullet pulled in, and he's now in the third spot down here in our lineup. Certainly doesn't detract any at all from our contenders as we study those bulls for reserve champion. There's a lot more differences in the cattle now that we take our champion out of them, and I think as you come back and find a bull that's more like our champion in terms of build and beef bull acceptance in regards to body shape and moderation of size, scrotal circumference and foot shape and size, this bull out of the second class of this division has to be the bull we land on. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
And reserve champion comes from class 15. That was Kylie Spradling, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with KGS Sir Winston. We're going to bring in all of our division champion reserves, select a grand champion, and reserve grand champion British White Bull.
Well, I truly mean it when I want to recognize the exhibitors in your bull show today for just a tremendous quality bull show. There was some variation in condition that probably made as much difference in the cattle as anything. But these bulls that have been to the top end of this deal have been as high caliber and high class and as presented as well as cattle you're going to see throughout the week. And my compliments to your breed. It's been a few years ago that I had an opportunity to work the junior show, actually, and I can't believe the distance you've come in a short amount of time with regards to not only consistency and uniformity of the cattle, but an improvement in the quality and the acceptable build within regards to the beef industry. Those cattle put a different hide color on them, put a different breed atop of their pedigree. These guys are sure enough good ones no matter where we go with them, and there's a lot of places to go with them because of their build and their feature and their masculinity and their practical and fundamental soundness. So congratulations to you guys. We're going to make you a champion and a reserve here real quick. It's been my pleasure to work through this open class bull show, a real highlight of my year. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Bull exhibited by Locust Grove Ranch, Marwood and Cindy Hallett with SC the Magnificent.
Well, again, our second or our reserve champion that comes into the lineup doesn't detract from the quality here whatsoever. It's hard for me to beat what I think is a great calf, but I think we had an awfully good big bull to do that, and it's a challenge to beat a really good bull with a calf unless he is a great one, and I think that's what this guy is. Congratulations, he'll be reserved.
And congratulations, Reserve Champion Bull exhibited by British Whites of Shallow Creek, Tracy Van Horn with SC Candyman. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We do have a small steer division before we conclude our open British White show.
A nice pair of steers in our steer show, and I think a calf that starts the class because of his depth and fullness of forerib, and it transmits back into a bigger hip, a little deeper twist in that calf, a little more stifle in that calf as well, a little more substance of bone than we find in our calf that's going to be second. I like the expression of this steer. He's really good and expressive right from shoulder to hip. I like the upper rib shape that he has. He doesn't tie as deeply into his twist. He doesn't have quite the power to his quarter and stifle, but he's a big-footed calf that's got some dimensions to him that I really appreciate and like. I think we just got a little more feedability, a little more substance in our steer that's going to win the class. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Congratulations in Class 18 of our steer show. First place went to Smith Farm and Cattle Co. LLC of Chelsea, Oklahoma. And second place will go to Isabella Johnson of Cedar Point, Iowa. We'll now bring in our final class of steers.
A single entry in our final class of steers here, and a really big, nice, easy-doing kind of a calf that smooths up good behind his forerib, calf that's got a muscular, beefy look to him, and one that I think when we put him into the rail and we harvest him, I think he's going to be one that'll be quite impressive in terms of not only his muscle shape, but because of his fat deposits and because of his breed orientation, I expect him to marble extremely well as well. Congratulations to our steer exhibitor. Again, it's been a pleasure working through your cattle today. Hope you guys have a safe trip home. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 19. First place went to Kylie Spradling, Stillwater, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in those division champion reserves, select a grand and reserve grand champion, British White Steer.
I apologize. I got ahead of myself a little bit. I thought we were finished with that. But as we select an overall champion steer, I think the differences that we see in them are fairly striking. The calf is pretty attractive through his front third. He's not as muscular as the big steer, and we don't see the development and the maturity that we see in the big steer, and those are huge advantages that big steer is going to have. But he is a little more attractive because of his youthful look and because of his youthful presence and presentation. Big steer is just there. He's a calf that has been fed to his maturity to be optimum. He's a calf that's got great top shape. He's a muscular steer, as we talked about him earlier, a good balanced steer and a good sound structured steer that has allowed him to do so in a really efficient way. Looks like he's one that's pretty youthful to go along with that. Congratulations to the exhibitor of our big steer. He's going to be your overall champion here today. That would make the reserve go to the younger steer. Congratulations to both our steer exhibitors, and again, you guys have a great 2025.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion steer exhibited by Kylie Spradling. Reserve champion will go to Smith Farm and Cattle Co. LLC. Again, congratulations to all of our British White exhibitors today. A special thank you to our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.